Hey y'all. How is everyone doing? Hey Scotty. I know if y'all were if y'all were at Justice Spence last night, I politely curled up on this couch and went to sleep. Cause your girl was tired.
Hi,
Robin.
friend.
Hi friend. I'm actually alive today.
Me too.
What do you know? I feel like a brand new person.
Me too.
Um, yeah, I was just recapping the fact that I don't even remember when I went to sleep last night.
It was so early on.
I know it was like after I could tell you when I felt myself kind of fall out. It was like right after y'all took that shot.
Okay.
I was partially awake for that. I wasn't completely present, but I saw the hands go up kind of out of like my peripheral vision. And I literally was like, screw that, I'm going back to sleep.
You know, you didn't miss much.
I listen, I just feel like nobody. This is why people don't invite me places. This is why people don't buddy read with me. This reasons why people don't invite me
Listen,
to this
I'm
print.
always going to say I had a great buddy reading experience. One of the best.
What did we buddy read together?
The Diviners,
Oh yeah, we
the
actually did buddy read
entire
those together.
series.
The entire series. Oh yeah.
I'm so proud of you.
Not Ashley did some great sleeping on feet last night. But you know what? The way, because it was so many people on the screen and the way I had my body positioned, it wasn't super obvious. I'm sure y'all probably said something to me and I didn't respond. That's probably what. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, tonight though, I am trying to be productive. This is not a
me, me too.
Yeah, this is not a relax, kicks and giggles. So if you're kind of used to that from me, this is the other side of me that y'all get once like every 5 to 6 months, where
Listen,
I'm literally productive on sprints. This does not happen very often.
I have been carrying this book around from sprint to sprint. Haven't cracked it open.
Haven't cracked it open, have made no progress.
We are gonna read this tonight.
Wait, what? I appreciate that's what Robin told me. Robin was like, no. Everybody knew. It's a shame that I feel like most people who know me expect nothing less, and so everybody just carries on as if like we know this is normal behavior for her.
You were just resting so peacefully.
I was so like, y'all have to understand this past week for me was a lot. And honestly, I was a pre sprints, I was low key kind of already exhausted. And then getting into relaxation mode and I was exhausted from this week. And so I never was gonna make it. I was debating about when I was like, oh, I'll give it some more time and then I'll just say I gotta peace out. But that I never made it to that point. I just as a matter of fact, let me tell you what's even more awkward. When we did the 15-minute break,
Hmm.
I actually had gotten an almond joy and sat down and was eating that while I was watching Real Housewives of Potomac. And then I never unmuted myself because I still was watching Real Housewives of Potomac when we got back on screen. And that's when I started falling asleep.
Listen, all I really remember is you fucking up that hibachi. And I said,
Oh man.
"What's good?"
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Terrence bought dinner last night. That's where that came from. And like he had asked me what I wanted when I got off of work, and I was like, I haven't had hibachi in a very long time. And so we picked some up. And when I tell you I killed that. The food was so good. Oh goodness gracious, it was so so good.
Oh,
Um, all right. So, what are you planning to do? Is that your book for the night?
this is my book for the night. I'm gonna read it. I'm hoping to get to like 50 pages. I feel like I can
Mhm.
fly through that. But just, I wasn't sure if things might get derailed and then I don't make it to 50. But that's my,
Yeah, no, I'm trying not to get derailed this evening. This evening is not the evening for me to get derailed. I am super, super, super backed up on some of the picture books I've checked out from the library right now. I
how many do you have checked out?
well, um, I think my not great practices are about to catch up with me. I think I've been busted. And so I'm gonna have to change my behaviors. Um, I would say, dang, I have like 15 in the car that I have to go get out. Then I have one, two, three, four, five, maybe like six on my bed upstairs. But then I also have a stack in a back upstairs. This is just picture books, mind you.
I know.
Yeah, it's not a good look. So I'm trying to work through that stuff because I have to like I have to return that stuff. I can't. I've had it for too long. Um, and then I am almost caught up for 30 and 30. I didn't think I was going to be able to do it at all,
Hmm.
but somehow, some way, I think I'm only about 5 volumes behind. So that's not
Okay.
too bad. I think that's still doable. But in order for that to be doable, I have to catch up between today and tomorrow. So
Oh, you can do it. You got this.
yeah, I think it'll be fine. We went outside and played today, and it was like 100 degrees outside. It was hot. I mean, I like maybe an hour into us being out there, I looked down at my sandal. I was like, dang, I already have a tan already.
That's wild.
Yeah, and then I started getting a migraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but I did find some really good shea butter
Okay.
from this vendor that was out there. I got a pineapple and a an island fruit, and they smell delectable. He also had this oil for your hair, but I was like, I can't afford this right now. I already told him I was like, I shouldn't be getting this, and then he cut me a really, really, really good deal. And so,
You
but he was
deserve
like, you
it.
should, yeah, he was like, you should do the hair oil because he had locks too, and so he specially made it for locks, and I was like, and it was super, super natural, like handful of ingredients. He was like, I try not to do too much because I know that people have allergies, and I was like, that's perfect for me because I too have allergies and I want to be mindful. But when he said the price that he asked for it was fair,
Hmm.
considering like the ingredients that he was using and just, I mean, he's self-employed, small black business, and I was like, damn, I really I wanted that oil so bad. But he has a store and you can order from him and ship it.
Hmm.
So maybe the next time I pop up across a little extra change, I'm gonna go ahead and get that hair oil because it was good.
You absolutely should.
Yes, but I was tired. I had a migraine, and so I came home with baby girl, and we took a nap together.
Aw,
It's been years since we've done that. I was so shocked.
not nap time.
Oh yeah, we had a nap time. I woke up and there was a little arm holding me, and I said, "Be still, my heart." And then we got into an argument like 30 minutes later, so it's fine.
Now, on my client's behalf, it probably wasn't her fault.
You know, I apologize to her when I'm wrong. When I overreact and she does something and she's like, but hey, that's not how it was going. That's not what I was trying to do. I apologize and correct myself for my misjudgments. However, your client, your client, your client is four and is a true 4 year old. And my goodness gracious. So yes, this one was on your client.
Debatable.
No, no, no debate. Yes. Shea butter, hair oil, and naps. And then we got some fried fish while we were out there too.
Ooh.
But then I'm picky about my fried fish.
Well, as you should be.
I don't like it to be too fishy, where it tastes like ocean water. Um, and it was a little fishy for me, but it was okay.
Okay. We'll take okay. I mean,
So,
it could have been downright terrible.
no, it wasn't terrible. It just wasn't my favorite. And then there was a Jamaican food truck out there, but they wanted like 20, which I don't really get mad at black owned businesses when they charge what they charge. But blowing on the budget. I wanted some jerk chicken and rice and peas, but it was like over 20 for that, and I was like, absolutely not. I know. And then they had actual, which I hadn't seen since the last time I've been in Jamaica, or I haven't had it since the last time I've been in Jamaica. They had the full, they were selling the full sugar
What?
canes.
What?
And stuff, Robin, don't start. Don't start. Don't start. You know what I mean? Oh my God. They were selling sugar cane, which I hadn't seen in a long time, and also fresh coconut with coconut water.
Oh.
That was tempting as well. But it was a good time, but I need to get some work done tonight.
And we're gonna do that.
Yes.
You're gonna breeze through those picture books.
Everybody always says that, but then I guess because I kind of linger when I'm reading them a little bit, looking at the art and all that stuff. It takes a little bit longer than what I think people think. But I also think it's because I'm extra with it. I don't have to be extra with it, but let's start with an hour.
Ooh, going
What?
strong right at the beginning. I like it.
Oh my gosh. Bree has some new timers. I feel like that she just uploaded today. But I think they're like long, long. Hold on, let me see if it's in her timer playlist. Do, 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 do. There we go. I have neighbors that like to party, like heavy, heavy party on Friday and Saturday nights.
Wait, what?
I have some neighbors who like to party,
Oh,
which I don't, no shade or anything like that. But they be so loud with their music.
are they?
And really, they're not my neighbors, to be honest with you. They actually live like down the street.
That's a little too loud.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're not really my neighbors. Like they live on a completely different block, mind you. We're not really neighbors, but I call them my neighbors because I fucking hear the music every Friday and Saturday. But listen, they abide by the noise ordinance though. They don't play with that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
well,
they're not trying to get in trouble with that. Like by 11 o'clock, music's off.
okay, I'll
Yeah,
allow it then.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They're just They will. I will say that they don't play about um getting themselves a noise ordinance. They don't want that. All right, I'm gonna share my screen, y'all. It's been so long since I've done public sprints.
You're like, I don't know how to do this.
I really genuinely do not know how to do this anymore. I'm so used to doing patron sprints at this point.
Which
It's
are
been a
excellent, by the way. And if you're not a member of Ashley's Patreon,
can you cut it out?
you should consider.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and do this hour. I will see y'all in an hour.
The Tortured Poets Department?
And we're done with the first sprint.
How did you do?
I told you I wasn't really going to make it that far because it takes me so long to get, but I read this one, which is
Okay.
pretty. About three activists from Puerto Rico who lived in the Bronx. Didn't know anything about them. I read The Fabulous Fanny Farmer. This is the woman that's responsible for why we use measuring cups and stuff like that.
Okay.
Um, I read A Plate of Hope, which is about Jose Andres. He's been in the news a lot. He had 7 of his aid workers. He runs the World Central Kitchen.
Yep.
7 of his aid workers were killed in Gaza.
Oh.
Yeah, that's him. Which I think is he actually had they had 2 come out about him this year. I think almost in the same month, if I'm not mistaken. So both of these came out. I haven't read that one yet, but
Okay.
they both came out this year. But he's been in the news lately. I read Yumbo Gumbo, which
Very
is
food centric.
I. Me and baby both love foodie picture books, so there's that. This they are all food centric. Um, Yumbo Gumbo is part of this picture book storytelling math series where they teach kids math through storytelling. So this one is like learning how if you have a group of people who decide to vote on something, like how to count and figure out who's won the vote.
So you want to you teach reading and math all together?
But it works these work very, very well. I really, really enjoy these, especially for kids like me who are not in terms of like math and science based, like that's not our strong suit. I
Mm-hmm.
think putting in this format kind of helps because it's a brother and a sister, and they're going to their family's from Louisiana, and they're going to their grandparents' house to make gumbo, and she wants okra gumbo, and he wants chicken gumbo, and so they're kind of trying to go back and forth between like what gumbo are they going to make, and it's problem solving and using math, but not in a way that's super obvious. Like first pass, you'd be like, I don't understand how that's storytelling math, but if you go back and you look, it makes sense. So that one was good, and then I finished another food. Robin's. Thanks for putting that out. Um, Tricky Chopsticks.
Okay.
It's about a young girl
That's
who's learning
cute.
how to use chopsticks, and she's really bad at using chopsticks, and the rest of her family can use chopsticks. And there's a party happening where they have like a chopstick competition, and she's really good at origami, but she's horrible at using her chopsticks, and so she's, as kids think, she thinks she's gonna get disowned by her entire family. Um, if
Of
she can't
course.
use chopsticks, and so she tries to figure out how to use them, which that one was cute. And then I thought I was going to finish this one because I literally have like maybe 3 4 pages left, but the artwork in this one is really pretty. It's about Clarence Tinker. He's the first Native American major general,
Okay.
but the artwork in this one, I don't know, I just really, really like the artwork.
It is really nice.
Yeah, it's really, really pretty.
Really
So
vivid.
next sprint I will probably finish that one, and then I have a couple more that I'm.
Wait, that was like 5 you went through?
Yeah, it's like 5, but I still keep in mind I haven't gotten the ones out of the car.
You're not, that's not happening.
I didn't get the ones in the car. I still have to read Jose Feeds the World. Um, well, actually, I think I can finish these next sprint and then maybe start the other stack. Then I have this one, What's Inside a Bird's Nest. A lot of these, the reason why these take so long too, these are nonfiction.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of these are, as a matter of fact, the only one that wasn't nonfiction was the Tricky Chopsticks and the Yumbo Gumbo. But all the other ones are nonfiction. This one's nonfiction about birds, but I think it's really, really pretty.
Well, that is pretty.
Yeah. So that one, this one's about climate change. It's nonfiction. Another biography about the guy who created Grand Central Terminal. So there's only four more
Okay.
stock, and then like 2 pages of this
Yeah.
one. So I'll finish this stack. It's the stack in the car that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, that's not getting finished tonight, but
It's gonna get finished tonight because I can't. I can't. No, 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 no. I can't. Hey, Bree was supposed to be here. I don't know what happened to her. Probably sleep.
I was gonna say, did you text her?
No, she was in the chat, liking stuff, talking about she was gonna come through and that she was having sprints earlier. But I was out, so I could go to the sprints earlier this afternoon. But she probably done for. Why
Yeah.
she pop up like late? Because that's what she does. Wow, not wasted 40 minutes and you finally figured out what manga. Okay. Cleaning kitchen. Hey Kathleen. Hello, hello, hello. 25 pages.
Okay.
Sorry.
There's no good way to come out of a sprint.
It's no good way to come out of a sprint ever, I don't think. Ooh, I have Super Late Bloomer on audio. Let me know how you like it. The sun was sweating. Hannah, I just finished Sweat and Soap, the series, last weekend.
Did you
I
like
knocked
it?
out volumes 10 and 11.
I've only read volume one, but I'm just like, do I continue?
It's good. It's a good series. It's one of the healthiest relationships that I've ever seen in a manga series. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a super healthy relationship. I mean, and realistic in the way that I think that they have their ups and downs as a couple. It's not
Mhm.
perfect, but it's also very healthy.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot of picture books this month. Actually, a lot of picture books this year. Um, it's been a good experience. Ooh, Apothecary Diaries Volume 5. I need to get to that at some point. I'm on Volume 5. And I talked to the person who does the manga selection and asked her if I do a formal request, could she get some more of that series? What'd you think of that? Blacklight Stories. I better read that one because, yeah, math is not my thing either. Have you ever read Eric LaRocca?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm just afraid of what would happen.
I mean, I want to. I have a couple books that I want to try, but like,
Mm. Oh, glad you had fun.
yeah. It's,
um, I'll say anywhere in between like 10 to 15. I'm telling y'all, I'm super behind. Yeah. It's worth finishing. Hello. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I probably am. Hold on. Let me tell you what I was talking about so you can let me know how wrong I was. The one that I'm talking about is called Late Bloomer by
oh,
Maisie Eddings.
this is super late, you know?
This is super late bloomer. Yeah, this is, well, you're not going to be able to tell really because of the backlighting, but
Oh,
kind of.
kind of, yeah.
kind of a little bit there. Late bloomer. Okay, so that's super late bloomer, and then what I'm talking about is late bloomer. My bad.
What's a 5-star series?
And you just quit after volume one.
Oh, Sweat and Soap. I didn't quit. I just haven't continued. Not for lack of wanting to, but I just had to ask, test it out.
Test it out and see.
Hmm.
I have not done a video about my favorite historical picture books. I don't think I've read enough yet. I think if I can get like 50 to 75 under my belt, that's a good pool for me to choose from. But I feel like I'm only a handful in deep. I haven't even gone back and looked. Okay. Very, very different books. It is good. Hurting Kind. I wish I was into poetry like
Me
that.
too. I always feel like I don't understand it. I'm just like, okay, cool. There's no yawning here.
I know, I know, I know. Don't do that. From booktubers, and they were readers. Foster by Claire. I've never even heard of that book, to be quite honest with you.
Let's see. Let's look it up.
Right?
I feel like people always mention things, and I'm like, I've
I
never
don't know
read
what
it.
that is.
Do I even read? Is the real question.
Sometimes it'd be making you feel like I don't know what books are.
I really think I don't know what books are.
You do. Stop. Yeah, I've never seen that book.
Mm-mm.
Not gonna even lie to you here. I don't know what that is. When did it come out? Oh,
Funny.
2010?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-mm. That looks like lit fic from
Mhm.
the cover. And I've
Might be
just been
historical
really.
fiction.
Hmm?
It might be historical.
Is it historical? Historical lit fic? You know,
Yeah.
genres are a funny thing.
There. Actually, please, I'm getting over my addiction.
And I
Please.
just kind of sifted you. I listened to the album again today. I can't tell you how many times I've listened to the album top to bottom, but we listened to it top to bottom again today.
I listened to it today.
Oh, jeez. I can't. I just can't. I can't get over. And that was just, you just opened it up wide enough for me to drop in that genres
Please.
are a
I
funny
want
little
to be
thing.
free of that lady.
I
I want to be free.
listen, let me tell you, I don't think I'm ever gonna be free from the shackles of that album.
No, she's gonna set me free.
Who's gonna set you free?
That lady. That
Really? Because the chat is not letting you free right about now.
please,
Because now
y'all.
American Requiem is stuck in my head.
And what's crazy is like it's never the same song stuck
It's
in your
not.
head. It's always
It's
something
not.
different.
It's not. It's always something like I really, really, really wanted to listen to Yaya today. I don't know what it was, but I just needed to hear Yaya. Like and it was today, it was just that urge. I was like, I need to hear Yaya. Look at y'all.
I
Look
can't.
at y'all. Look at y'all. Look at
No, for
y'all.
me, it was 2 Hand 7 today. And I was just like, I really need to listen to this.
That's baby's favorite song. That and 16 Carriages, she be belting like she knows the words.
I will say that 16 Carriages is a skip for me, but that's only because
Yeah.
I listened to it enough times before the album came out that I was just like, okay, I can skip it. Also, Bodyguard is a skip for me. I'm so sorry.
But you know what? Bodyguard gives me Fleetwood Mac vibes. And that's probably why I like it so much because I like Fleetwood Mac.
It makes me feel like 90s Shania Twain. And while I love
Really?
the 90s Shania Twain moment, for some reason I'm so sorry. It's okay.
I like Barty. You know what's a skip for me sometimes though?
What?
Flamenco.
No.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I respect the artistry behind it, but it's not for me.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is that all of them are gonna get played.
Yes,
Even if
yes,
it's a song
regardless.
that I feel
They're
like,
gonna get played. I shouldn't even say it's a skip. I should say it's not my favorite of the album.
yeah.
If I had a least favorite, I think Flamenco would be on there. And honestly, um,
Hold on, let me get close. What are you about to say?
y'all gonna hate me for this, but I don't even know if I should say this. I'm
Just
gonna go to the album and make sure that I am correct in my
let's see,
feelings here.
let's see say
But Riverdance. I know the girlies love Riverdance, but it gets played. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But Riverdance is not for me. I know. I didn't want to say because so many people love Riverdance. And once again, I can respect the artistry. I can respect the imagery behind it. This whole album is nothing but a double entendre, and I respect it. However, if I was doing a tier ranking, I would say that if we had a bottom, like,
that's the bottom.
if we, okay, like Abby's pyramid, okay, at the bottom of the pyramid would be Riverdance and Flamenco.
That's wild, Ashley. That is a wildly brave statement.
I know, to make on the internet, because I know how much people love Riverdance and people eat Riverdance up, but it was just not. It was just not for me.
Bounce on the damn.
See, I'm gonna get torn up in the comments. No, because Desert Eagle, that bass in Desert Eagle is sick. That bass line in Desert Eagle is sick. I would
I don't
never say
know
that.
why, but for some reason, Oh Louisiana has me in a chokehold. And it's like so brief. And it mean but I
You
feel like
said what song has you in your goal?
Louisiana?
Really?
I don't know why. But I just like every time I'm just like, I want to listen to this. I don't know what it is.
Mm. Oh, this is a true statement.
I'm not even gonna lie. I can't even hear it in my brain right now.
Really?
I
I adore your alligator tears. There's so much meaning behind that song that I think people miss. Not look, I'm getting eaten up. That's what I said. I
that's
didn't want to
what
say
I'm
it.
lurking.
I didn't want to listen. I didn't want to say it because I felt like that's a controversial statement to make
You know
publicly.
what though? We still love you.
It's not a bad song. It's not a bad song, but if we were doing Abby's Pyramid, it would be at the bottom.
I mean, that's fair because Bodyguard would be at the bottom for me. I don't.
That's crazy. That's a perfect summer vibe. Window, windows down, top down, cruising down the interstate.
Hmm. It is. It is. Just not for me.
What? Bodyguard slander is justified. Y'all bugging. Y'all is bugging tonight. Y'all is completely bugging. I cannot believe that. Um, all right, if you had to pick a top 5, what would your top 5 be?
Oh, that's hard. That's hard. Wait, let me go look at the track list. it's like, do I choose American Requiem or do I choose Amen? Because like,
I think they're one and the same though. I don't think you can have, my nerdy behind loves talking about
I,
American Requiem and
I
Amen.
know.
I don't think that you can have one without the other, which is so weird because of how they're positioned, which is intentionally positioned beginning and end. Um, because it I don't know. I would consider those, they're not one and the same, but I don't think you can have one without. They
Yeah,
come together as a pair.
yeah. I mean, so either or both of them would be in the top five. I'm gonna have to put Blackbird in there because Blackbird
Okay.
just holds a special place in my heart,
Yes.
even outside of this album. Um, Two Hands to Heaven. I'm gonna put Texas Hold'em on there. Okay,
Uh
I'm gonna put it on there. Protector. Because Protector is up there. It's gonna make me cry every time.
this is a lie.
Yes.
Yes. That transition is nasty.
Oh,
Woo! That clapping and then and then she had Dolly, and then you didn't even know what that song was gonna be until
I
that
love
beat dropped.
how you can't like. You ever read a book that you wish you could go back and read for the first time?
I feel that way.
Tyrant.
I wish I could hear it for the first time. I watch people's reactions just to get that serotonin again. I'm not
Yes.
gonna lie to you. I watch people listening to Tyrant for the first time just so I can get part of the high that I got when I sat at my desk that morning and that transition happened. And I looked around like nobody heard this sick
It's like
transition
you
that just
just think you're going into a regular song, and then beat drops, and you're just like, "This was not what I was expecting."
facts. Facts. I cannot listen to Tyrant without listening to Two Hands to Heaven first.
Yes.
Um I don't know if I would put spaghetti in my top five, but I'm gonna tell y'all right now, the line about Thanos is disgusting. Like, I
It's
don't think
so
people realize
good.
he's collecting, when you have Linda Martell say genres are a funny little thing, and then she's snapping my fingers, I'm Thanos, like she's collecting genres like they're infinity stones, and I will never, ever, ever let that go. That line is epic. Daughter.
I love how no one was like, "You know what I really love? Levi's jeans."
I actually really do like Levi's
I
jeans.
like it, but nobody's like, "Yep."
Levi's jeans is radio play, like hands
It
down.
is.
It's a good radio song.
I also
Um,
think it could have been just as good without Posty. And I love Posty.
but Posty's voice sounds very clean on that track though. I have
He
to give it
sounds like he
to
took a shower.
him. He don't look dirty no more. He wasn't gonna be running around looking dirty, not with Beyonce having on a track. Um, okay. Robin knows, but I don't think everyone knows how I feel about our American Requiem and Amen. I sent our group, y'all, paragraph after paragraph explaining um line by line the importance of American Requiem and how much it would have connected, because this album was worked on what, like 5 years ago.
Hmm.
Um and like looking at its connection to election time, the history, the legacy of America. And a lot of people, I think, just stop at like her reference to, it's more than just her writing about her reference to what happened at the CMAs. It's definitely like America as a whole is a problem. And like the two of them connect so well, and the way that I was thinking about it, especially because this album was supposed to come first, is that a requiem is like kind of like a prayer um over things that have happened. And so I'm thinking about this in terms of like America being a complete shit show, and us needing to mourn what has happened in the past and work towards a new version. And then I love that after that would have come Renaissance, which the meaning of Renaissance is a rebirth. So I can like just the way that all of that is stacked together in the way that Amen is supposed to transition into that first track is, I think that those two lyrically and setting the tone for the album are the best tracks, to be honest with you, for a lot of different reasons. But that's me being a nerd. But I'd have to put American Requiem
Okay.
and Amen together as a top because they don't function without each other. And I
Okay.
think that those two tracks prove the master storytelling that happens in this album that people will miss on a first pass. Um, I have to put Tyrant on there because Tyrant is something that will make you feel sexy, but is also very, very dark. At the same time, I've heard comparisons to lynching.
Hmm.
I've heard it could be about a sundown town. Like there are so many different connections that you could go with Tyrant, which I think is very interesting. I thought that it could also be an ode to like um the women that you would see in westerns that kind of broke the mold of what it meant to be um a woman during that time and how women were often portrayed in westerns. So I feel like Tyrant is a huge double entendre, but you hear that beat and the only thing you want to do is kind of wind your hips. But really, I think that song is low key kind of dark, which I thought was interesting. Um, I'm gonna have to go with Daughter because that's that Virgo side coming out that I, as a fellow
Hmm.
Virgo, can appreciate because the whole like for real with a lot of Virgos, if you double cross them, it's a done deal, it's a wrap. Like there's no coming back from that. But I also think that it's her statement of people have this like very interesting perception of her as this very, very sweet, compassionate woman, but it's also like don't cross her because there's a whole
Yeah.
other side that people don't really expect from her because she doesn't let people see that side of her, but that side is there. And then the opera.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, it once again, stylistically, like that's not an easy thing to do. And I can't imagine like what it's gonna be like for people who get to go see her live and sing that opera.
It's
That opera,
it's gonna be amazing.
I really do feel like um I really do feel like that just artistically was very interesting. Um, I don't know. I like Blackbird, but I'm not gonna lie to you, it would not be in my top 5.
That's
Um,
fair.
the only reason why I don't, and this is gonna sound harsh, but it's not harsh. I feel like I like listening to music that really makes me think and analyze and break down. And
Mhm.
while I get the intent and I love what she did with that one, it was almost too simplistic for me, if that makes sense.
There wasn't enough for your mind to
It
tingle with.
wasn't enough for my mind because it was already, it just, the connections, which is, this is gonna sound stupid, but I think that for me, it was too easy for me to put together like, okay, Paul McCartney has already literally said that he
Mhm.
wrote this as an ode to Black women during the Civil Rights Movement. It only makes sense that you have now a Black woman covering it with 4 other Black women who are trying to break out into country in an industry that doesn't want them to be a part of it, even though their heritage and ancestry definitely means that they should be in that space. So that one was just a little too obvious, too on the nose. Um, Yaya,
Yeah, I should have included Yaya because it's
Yaya's got
always
to be
gonna.
up there. Yaya's got to be up there because Yaya to me is the epitome of, it's the purpose of everything. Like there's so many different genres in that one specific song that you don't even know what direction to go in with that. That's a good song. I think that there was an ode to Genie in a Bottle. There was an ode to Migos in that song. You have These Boots Were Made for Walking in that song. You have the Beach Boys in that. There was a lot musically going on in that track that just, and then lyrically, I thought it was very interesting as well. So y'all guys up there, and if I had to go for a fifth one, dang,
It's hard
it is
because I
hard.
feel like depending on your mood, depending on the day, your favorite can change because they all hit kind of differently.
Yeah, they do. I will say, I think that it's hard for me to go between Alligator Tears and Two Most Wanted,
Okay.
because Alligator Tears, I think, is when I keep listening to it and I feel like it's kind of her kind of like people pleasing side. Because I know in Renaissance she said like at in her age now at 40, she doesn't like I
Yeah.
don't care anymore. I genuinely don't care. Like, and she's gotten to that point now. And I feel like Alligator Tears is kind of like that imagery of her changing herself, constantly molding herself to appease these people who will cry with their unsatisfaction of who she is as a person. And I could be completely wrong, but that's what I hear whenever I listen to that one. That one's good. But Two Most Wanted, I feel like I never thought that her and Miley would sound good together on a track.
Listen,
I never thought that that would be a thing.
lesbian anthem of the summer.
I never thought that I would think like their voices melt together so perfectly. And that was kind of like the when I heard it and Miley's voice naturally, but then the two of their voices together, I was like, dang. I said they
They
sound
sound
pretty
really good.
good. Um, but it gives very Thelma and Louise vibes.
Hmm.
And I like that. And at this point I just want visuals. And I need her just to not give me visuals for this. I want visuals. Um
I want some visuals too.
I don't know if we're gonna get visuals.
Who knows?
Who knows? Okay, those are my top five.
Okay, so I've seen like this going around socials. If you could only have either the first half of the album or the second half,
You can't have one without the other.
it's this is the question, Ashley.
But you can't. I think there's fallacy in the question itself. You can't have one without the other. Because it's like saying if I pick and I'm gonna keep going back to American Requiem and Amen. Like the whole purpose of this album is that line. I keep going back to the line. In American Requiem, she says, I will be the one that will cleanse me of my father's sins. And then in Amen, she says, we will be the one to cleanse ourselves of our father's sins. You are supposed, it's a lesson and an evolution through the course of the album. You can't have one without the other.
But in this question, you can.
No, you can't because there's fallacy in that question.
Okay.
But what would you pick if you had to?
Second half.
Second half? I think a lot of people would pick the second half.
And I mean, and that's not to say that I don't love the first half because obviously there are songs in there that are in my top five. Um, but I don't know. I just think like the second half just flows so much better for me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Also, I think it depends on what vibe you're going for. If you want something
Mm-hmm.
more low key, I think that the first part of the album is really going to satisfy you.
I feel like the first part of the album was very traditional, what we expect from country music.
Hmm.
I feel like that second half, a lot of people vibe with because the second half is where she kind of cuts loose and starts this experimentation with genres and doesn't stick to that. Because I feel like, let me look at this. Am I
It
on
is.
his?
No, you're right.
Yeah, I really do feel like, yeah, I felt like this first set is very like traditional expectations. You're sticking in the mold, and then as soon as you start getting into like,
Once you get to
I feel like once you get to
like,
spaghetti, it's a wrap.
yeah,
I think that she, I don't know. It's kind of hard to even, I don't think I would ever be able to answer that question because it's the storytelling makes it hard to, that's like asking like, do you want the first half of the story or the second half of the story?
I mean, I think that's an interesting question, though.
It is a
Because
very
if you
interesting
go,
question, but I think with her, it's just kind of like, how do you not have the complete story?
I just had a great collab idea. Like, what if you have a book?
Uh-huh.
One person reads the first half, the second
Oh,
person reads the second half.
and then we have to sit there and chat about the book and figure out, oh my God, Robin, that would be so fun.
Because, like, the first person, you have like all the foundational stuff, but you
But
don't
you
know
don't know
how
what
it ends.
happens.
And then the other person, they just got to make stuff up.
That's a cool idea. Okay, so you're gonna do it?
Sure. You going to do it with me?
Yeah. What's the first book though?
I don't know. We'll
We'll
think
figure
about
that
it.
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's going to be so chaotic.
It's chaotic. And imagine having to discuss that like on a live show and then we put the pieces of the puzzle together via a live show. Like because then to me it'd be like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. Has to be a fantasy book or a crazy urban romance. Oh
Yes.
yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I was thinking it would have to be fantasy. Oh my gosh. You want to talk about confusion with world building? The person who doesn't have the first half of the book is gonna be like, wait, what is this world? That would be so fun though. I am legit like Robin, seriously, please make this happen.
Oh, I will. I will.
Make it happen. All right. How long do we want this next sprint to be?
How much time do you need?
I
You
mean,
need a
I'm
lot
gonna
of time,
be sprinting for a while. I know you have to get up in the morning,
unfortunately.
correct?
I do.
Okay. How
Well,
late
I
do
could give
you
you, I could stay until about midnight.
Okay. Um Shay, baby. Hey honey.
Well,
You go first.
Renaissance hits different for me. And I can't say I like one more than the other because they're just different. But Renaissance holds a special place in my heart. Just know that. Oh, look.
Look who showed up in the chat and not on screen.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy. Don't pout, Shay. Cut it out. Um, I can't give my opinion because I don't think I've given Renaissance a fair listen. So
I mean, that's
I'm gonna
fair.
hold off. Huh?
That's fair.
I think I'm gonna go back and listen a little bit more. But yeah,
'Cause I love Renaissance.
pulling the same move as last night. What's the move? What happened?
Bree just showing, not
Oh,
showing
showing
up.
up in the chat.
Hmm.
Okay. The two hats are incredibly different. Trying to set us up
Hold on,
already.
I'm gonna look this up.
Oh gosh. All right, y'all. We are gonna do we're gonna do another hour.
Sounds good.
I'm thinking that in that hour I should be able to finish these 5.
You definitely can.
Yeah, I mean because the first one I already have a couple pages left, but we'll see how many I can make it through, and then I will go to my car and get the rest out of my car. Um, but all right, y'all. Happy reading. See you in another hour. All right, y'all. How did we do?
I'm very proud of myself. Said I was going to make it to 50 pages and I made it to 70.
Good. What are our feelings about it?
I'm liking this a lot.
Okay.
This may be my favorite Emily Henry so far.
I haven't read her, so.
I I will say that I don't read Emily Henry for the romance because I never care about the romance. I
Mhm.
care about everything else that's happening. But that might just be because I'm nosy.
Okay.
But I would say give it a whirl. If you're interested, start with Beach Read.
I mean, I own The People We Meet on Vacation.
Okay. I'll let you know how this goes.
Okay. And I think I have her latest one on audio because Libro FM.
Oh, I pre-ordered it, so it's on its way to me.
Yes. Isn't it cute, Hannah? I loved Volume 11. It was such a sweet ending. Let's see. Okay, 1 to 3, you just say no. Don't start with
Oh,
Peach.
that's fair.
I'm on hold for Partner Plot, I think. I think. But then again, I only gave the. Hold on. Text pre-back. Hold on. I think I only gave the first one in that because it's a companion series, right? I think I'm right. Although I could be wrong. Let's see if I'm on hold for it. Am I on hold for it? Um, maybe I'm not.
How many holds do you have?
Oh, I am on hold for it. Um, Hold on what? On Libby?
Yeah.
19. Are we judging? Are we judging silently right
No, there's no judgment.
now?
There's none.
Why won't it let me scroll up with the uh-oh. StreamYard's being weird on my end. Hold on. There we go. Okay. It was not for me.
I I liked Beach Read. There's a grief aspect. I have the thing with grief books.
hmm
So I don't want to say I enjoy them because that just feels like a weird thing to say about grief, but she was going through some grief about her father, and I was like, yeah,
It works for you. Okay.
for me.
Yeah, that was a tough volume. That was a very tough volume. Mine too, Tia. Mine too.
Oh my god, I just got mine down to 50 on my watch later.
I don't think I'm going to be able to make it through mine. I just finding the time is
I need like a mass like delete button from the watch later list.
later. So do I. Yeah,
It's like I was interested and now it's not that I'm not.
too much time has passed.
Yeah.
hmm Oh, that makes me feel good because I gave the neighbor favor like maybe 3.5 stars. Okay. Got ready for bed. I feel you. Motivation, and that was not a good choice for me. Oh my gosh, there's so many differing opinions about where to start with her books. That's interesting. You have 56 holds on Libby Jennifer? I can't even have that many holds.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I can have that many.
Bought 45 books this year. I don't think I bought a book yet this year.
I've bought three.
Oh, that's a lie. I spent like $3 at a library book sale. I
You
mean,
got so you got like 5 books.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, oh no, I spent like 9. It was $9, I think, maybe something like that, but nothing brand new. Okay, so maybe you just don't like Emily Henry, Tia. I think that's the conclusion that we're getting to here. I really like Emily Henry's books. Who love one, hate the other, never seen book. Dang, now y'all got me curious to try her out.
I think you should try it.
And did not like it. Ooh.
That's valid. That's valid.
Okay, all right, that's good. I'm still behind.
Oh,
That was a thing.
that is a thing.
Yikes. Ooh, okay, the changeling. Let's watch some book Twitter drama. Oh yeah, about Frida's. Are you talking about the Frida situation? Because
I
that is wild to
I
me.
briefly saw it in passing, and I was like, I there was no context around it, but
So there was a writer. This was years ago. This would have been like 2020 when this originally started. There was an author who got caught up in making some not so great comments. Um, they did not respond well, and basically, to give you a short thing, this person keeps creating aliases.
is this
Um, huh?
cardigan?
No, Cardigan. The issue with Cardigan is that Cardigan tried to jump into this situation and say that Fridas was the one who bullied them about the screenshots. You know, the screenshots that came out of that group, the that
Mhm.
Discord group.
Yeah.
Well, I think Fridas had given some insights or had commented on the situation, and so Cardigan was trying to use this as a way to say, see, you can't believe everything that everyone tells you. And then people are like, absolutely not. Because you're not going to get a pass on the bullying that you've done. And the fact that you're trying to use the situation to get out of what you've done is wild. So Cardigan is a completely different situation, but they try to insert themselves into this situation to kind of, uh, I guess, lessen the issues that they have caused over the past few years. But this person, I believe her name is, I actually don't even know what her real legal name is at this point, but she kept coming back. And the first time that she came back, she engaged in brown facing and was saying that she was a part of the Latinx community. It was bad and got caught.
So this is wild.
So there's multiple iterations of a human. It's all the same person, and so Fridas apparently is the latest version of this person that was dropped, because the situations that happen years ago, they actually ended up getting dropped by their publisher and agent. But they keep coming out with new versions of themselves. But each time, this time, it has been a part of some marginalized community in some capacity, and has engaged in conversations about like how unfair the publishing industry is to BIPOC. And this person is white.
Oh,
So it's a very, and I went through, because, because I'm a mess. I went through and I read the Google Doc, and it's like somebody went into the metadata of documents that Fridas had sent, and they were attached, like the way that they were named and the user that it's attached to. Like, it doesn't matter because your computer is going to use
right.
whatever name that computer is registered under. And so they were able to track some of this stuff and build some of the connections and compare side by side text analysis of an author that disappeared and now freed us. which sucks because I had Frida's queued up as books to check out because I had heard so many good things. And so it's quite disappointing to know that they are, in fact, this white woman who has been doing some pretty horrendous things. So it's very weird because I like it's just weird to have this person that has made such an impact in the indie community and has been highly praised in the indie community. I've heard a lot about Frida's, and to find out that it is a white woman is posing as a trans brown author
That's a lot. That is a lot.
is a lot. Um, and for me at that point, it felt very like mental health, not excusing, but there's something wrong there. There's something wrong there in a lot of different ways because I just don't, besides the blatant racism and I don't know. I don't even know if I have like the word to describe and my heart goes out to especially like the trans community and the bookish community, writers and readers. Because I think that was like a huge hit for them. Um majorly. Majorly. Yes. That's the reason why I wanted to pick it up because of the relationship between Catholicism and queer like Mexicans. Like that was a huge thing for me, like navigating that because I can't speak to, but you know, growing up in the Black community, you see a lot of the relationships that queer Black individuals have with Christianity because it's so deeply enrooted in the Black community and how that impacts a lot of people, you know, being able to come out, experience certain things, whatever. And so knowing that, I was like, "Ooh, this would be interesting for me to read it from a different community's perspective." And they were so highly praised for that that it blew my mind when I came across this information. I was like, "That's got to be." I was disappointed because of my own personal interest in picking up their work,
Right.
but then knowing how much respect was given to this person specifically in the trans community is like it's sick. It is sick the way that you as a white woman would not do this once but
But
multiple times
yeah.
to force your way to have a seat at a table, taking away from the communities that you so-called advocate for. That's a level of disgusting behavior that I could not even fathom. And this is one that I just feel like I won't speak on it like video format. I know there's going to be probably quite a few people
Of
who are
course.
going to speak to what happened, but this is an area where I'm like I can't imagine how anyone would feel in this situation, and I would not want to be vocal about it, but it's pretty sick. Um, to know that she would take it that far.
I'm interested to see how this will play out.
Well, they've deleted
Of course.
their entire, and it makes it so confusing on like how to appropriately like. I'm just gonna say they them for because at this point it is so confusing because there's so many different identities, and I think my brain is still trying to put together that Fridas and this white woman are the same person. And I think mentally I can't, it's hard for me to do that right now.
Hmm.
Um, but they've deleted their Twitter, um, and they have turned off the comments on their Instagram.
Yeah. So I saw a tweet about how they deleted their Twitter, and I was just like, about what? And so
Hmm.
Twitter's never going to give you the full
Hmm.
story, and I was just like, I don't have the capacity today go down a rabbit hole and figure out this mystery.
I just don't, I was telling T today after all these diss tracks and stuff have been coming out from Chris Brown to Quavo, and from Drake to everybody, from Cole to
Everybody.
Kendrick, and from Kendrick to Cole and Drake. And it's just, whose fault this is? I'm going to give you one guess. Because this one person who talked about 2024 being the year of like revelations, everybody's business was going to come out.
Oh, that man.
That man.
I want to see how that's going to play out, because let me tell you, if I were him, if I go down, everybody's going down. That's just me. That's just me.
Listen, he started this drama, because when I tell you, like, it's just like nobody's safe at this point. Like, it's just so much stuff coming out. And I just thought that maybe with Kate Coran and their foolishness,
Oh,
maybe we would just stop after they did what they did. And the the pure anger that I got from reading the article that Kate did. I thought maybe we would calm down, but I know like the thing with like Molly X,
yep,
is the last name Chang?
yep.
That came out, and that was kind of, it wasn't low key, but it wasn't like it
I
was.
think that got worse because she came out, was making like multiple statements about it, and I was just, this is how I feel about just people in general. We should bring back public relations. Okay, we should bring that back so bad. And people should listen to their managers and brand people. And if they say don't put anything out, because like you obviously, your natural inclination is to defend yourself,
Yeah,
and it may not always come out the way that you intend it to come out when you're
yeah.
trying to defend yourself. And like it just, all of the reiterations of that statement, just it kept getting worse. It's
I
like,
just
girl, you're spiraling. Log off.
I think that if I was in that position, I would. I mean, I'm sure it's expensive to have someone who would manage, be basically your PR person, and to manage your social media. But I feel like social media has caused the it's a twofold thing, because I feel like social media is a quick way to get information, or also information that's not always accurate. But it's also how so many people so quickly meet their downfall,
Yes.
because everything is so out in the open. And it's just kind of like, I just wouldn't even go through the process of trying to do something like scheming like this, because it always does come out in the end. It just takes the right person to come across the information, and who has the time to sit there and be a PI. Because the simple fact that you didn't think, by sending people documents from your computer that you did not rename that computer, mind you, you didn't even think that sending someone a document of your new whip would not, someone would not be interested in checking out the metadata of that file, which they can once you give them that file.
And it's so easy to do.
And it's so easy to check out the metadata of a file. You didn't even, that's why I said I would never, because it would take so much planning and scheming to make sure no one knew exactly what was up. Same thing with Kate. They did not do, I mean, even when they came out with the screenshots of the friend that set them
Right.
up, you couldn't even remember to change the timestamps correctly. That was the
Mhm.
first giveaway. You had a conversation that was taking place in the past and the present, and couldn't even be so bothered to proofread it to notice, like, hey, that timestamp looks weird. I just don't know that I would. It would almost be like if I was to become an author in this day and period, the only time that you would really see me on social media is to promote my book, and that's it.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
a lot.
not. Yeah, I don't think I would get to, because it's such a thin line to walk in marketing your materials because you want to get your book out in social media, So you get involved in things and you have no business getting involved in them, or you say things and your intention is not how it came out. And there's just, like you said, there's no PR person there proofreading and saying, like, how about we withhold from posting this information?
Yeah. Uh, I was like thinking about this earlier, and I was saying this in jest to something, but I miss knowing a lot less about people,
Yeah.
celebrities and famous people in particular. Like, I feel like we should go back to the days where and I mean, it wasn't great for them, to be honest, because they had to keep up a persona that an agency or something has created for you. But like, also, we didn't know. I want people to keep their opinions to themselves. Like, just shut up and be rich. Just keep your money. And that's because that's how people are fumbling their bags. Like, they want to just go and say anything they want to say, however, and it's just like, you messed this up for me. I mean,
No, yeah, no consequences. There's just inevitably, and I mean, cancel culture is not
it's not a thing.
clearly. Frida's is a good example. This person supposedly originally, when writing as a white woman, was canceled. That's wild. The lengths that you will go to in order to put your works out there in the world to pretend.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't know. That's kind of a sick. Not even kind of a sick. That's an extremely sick thing to do, and what would even make you want to is where I think I can't comprehend. Is like, why would you even want?
My question is like, when you thought of this idea, what part said that this was a good idea?
After, and it's not even the first, this is not the first attempt. That's what's even more wild, is that even after the first and second attempts to rebrand yourself, to start brown facing, you don't care. There's no sense of empathy, compassion, ethics, morals. There's literally nothing there. Because the fact that you've already been caught doing this once, pretending to be a part of the Latinx community,
Hmm.
and people were able to figure it out based off of pictures. You had the same Christmas tree ornaments, the same cat, like just simple things like that. People were able to, and you got dropped from somebody again. Then you do this again. This has got to be the third persona, if I'm not mistaken, from what I've read. I think this is the third official persona. So you've written under 4 different names. This is the third persona where you still continue to engage and assuming the identities of other people when you've already been caught doing it once.
That's wild.
And I would not be surprised if they keep doing it over and over again.
Oh, you know they're not going to stop.
They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop because this is what happens every single time. They get called out, they erase everything, they wait for community members to forget, and then they start they it's almost like, okay, well, here's the mistakes I made this time. Let me
Let
make
me,
sure I don't make these mistakes
yep.
again, when I try this again in a year.
Hmm.
I don't. But that's the thing, like somebody said earlier, like people would have read her books regardless because that's the way this community functions. An author could
Oh,
create or have done some very atrocious things to other communities or have said some outlandish stuff, and people don't that's not going to be a marker for some people on whether they're going to pick up the book or not.
no.
We see it time after time after time. There's authors that I personally just don't, I have no interest in reading based off their behavior and who I think they are as a person, or who they've shown themselves to be as a person via the interwebs. But people don't care. People
They
do not care.
there are and it's weird because there's people that just don't care and are going to read it, and there's going to be people who just want to read it just to see like what all the fuss is about. Like we made all this
Yes.
fuss about a person, and
Yes.
so it was
Yes.
going to get read.
Yeah. It's strange. It's a strange thing. People have been doing some. I heard about the person on TikTok who read Most Ardently, which is one of my favorite books of the first quarter.
Really?
Yes, I love Most Ardently.
I mean, it was really good.
But I also like Pride and Prejudice retellings, or
Okay.
I like Jane Austen retellings, regardless. So that's, and then I don't know. I kind of have a thing for Gabe Cole Novoa, um, but to get on TikTok and say it's the trans rights readathon, but and I don't really want to say anything wrong about this book, but if you have to highlight that is a trans rights readathon, and this book is written by a trans author and features a trans character, and you did not like the book, why would you choose
To talk about it.
to talk about it in a negative light during the trans rights? It's just certain things that I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give you a good example. I was not a fan of the second Amari book.
That's
I read
valid.
part of it through, and I still have not revisited that book from almost 2 years ago because I just don't like the way that that character was handled. You will not hear me slander that man like that across the internet, um, for a couple of different reasons. It's just timing and place. And I'm not saying that you can't be critical of a book, because I think it is fair that we go into any book with a critical lens,
Hmm.
but timing. Sometimes timing is important as well. And to pick up that book during the Trans Rights Readathon, and granted, if you didn't like it, you didn't like it. That is fair. That is your opinion. But to want to roast it like that,
My thing is like you could save that roast for another time if it's really heavy on your
that's what
heart.
I'm saying. I would just say, like, hey, I have respect for the Trans Rights Readathon. I'm going to withhold giving my thoughts on this one.
Yeah.
I'll come back to this later. But to want to do that during, I never will understand. Like, I don't know. This year in this community feels like, it feels like chaos. And I'm telling you, Cat Williams, it's Cat Williams' fault. His 3,000 books that he
What?
reads.
I was about to say, what do you do to the book community?
Yeah, his 3,000 books. He started with that. The 3,000 books. I said, you know what? I'm not here to judge you. You know what? Whatever you say you read is what you read. But this man has literally, that was disruption number one. And disruption number two is everything is going to start coming out this year. I don't think I've ever seen so many points of contention in the community so quickly and so early on in the
Yeah.
year.
I
We're
feel
only 4 months into the year.
I feel like so much happened in January and then it just continued to avalanche as we go. Like I feel like every week it's somebody else is getting exposed about something.
Something. Something. It's something. There's always something going on. And I just don't know if it's, I don't know. I think a lot of times too it has to come with like people wanting to have these hot takes. It's this really, I think personally, I think it's this really bad relationship with social media where everybody wants to come on the internet and have hot takes, and their hot takes are like, did you watch this back before you click? Because I tell you how many times I'll watch something back before I post it, or how many times I read, like even for my Instagram stories, you'll be surprised how many times I actually record something before it ends up on my Instagram stories, because I'm listening, I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't like the way that that sounds, or whatever the case may be. And it's not trying to alter myself for the purpose of social media. It's like not trying to have a hot take and be incredibly wrong.
Yeah.
Like that girl, I'm not gonna let that go, because that had me,
I was
y'all.
bring this up. I was like, we gonna make it through.
No, we're not gonna make it through. We're not gonna make it through, and I'm not bringing her up, but I want to bring up this person because it just was so stupid. Like it just So I came across a TikTok, and some of y'all probably saw this on my Instagram stories, but I came across a TikTok on my FYP, and it was in reference to the whole Kiera Lewis Black Award situation. Blah, 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 whatever. This human, she was a paid. I'm convinced, Brie, at this point, she had to be a paid actor. So she's in her car filming. And I thought this was kind of because she had a mic and everything. I said, okay, this is about to be a very interesting insight to how we should be perceiving Kiera's nomination in this award situation. For her to spend 10 minutes,
10 minutes.
10 minutes being so incredibly wrong. And not like, oh, she just has a different opinion. No, you're just flat out wrong at this point, because for you to say that people are upset because Kiera Lewis doesn't read African American books. And like I said in my story, the moment that she kept saying African American, I should have known there was going to be a difference, because you're the type of person that think that black is a dirty word. The fact that you said Caucasian instead of just saying white lets me know that you think that you have to be so politically correct. You can't say black people, white people. You feel disturbed by those descriptors, which is weird, but whatever. Kiera Lewis, people are upset with her because she doesn't read African American books. And we shouldn't be upset with her because everybody doesn't want to read urban. But it wasn't even just that. It was the fact that she tried to lump us all together when she said, well, most of us don't read African American books anyway. And I'm looking like, who's most of us? Who made you the delegate of the Black Brigade? Because you're not sitting with us. Who gave you this pass and told you that you could speak on our behalf?
My question for her would have been, what makes you think that if an author is African American, then a genre, and she said urban, and I'm gonna give her a pass on the way she called it urban books, but because I knew what she was talking about, like, because she was talking about like street lit or something. But I just want to be like, what makes them synonymous? Like, do black authors not also write any other genre?
No, we don't.
And then when she was like, Kiera has the options to read whatever she wants to. Like, yes. But for me, the problem is, why would you get an activist award?
And that's the point that people are missing. That's the point that people don't get. And I said, y'all are purposely missing the point. The point is because everybody who stands her, well, just because she's black doesn't mean she has to read black books. A purpose of the award is someone who promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion. And she don't do not near none of that. If it was for most popular, if it was for creativity, which I'm questioning because crying and everything, I don't think that's
Where is the
creativity.
creativity? Is it in the book with us?
And that clapback video that she made, I promise I'm finna help. I'm gonna hop off her neck. But that clapback video that she made talking about y'all wouldn't say this in my face, you got the wrong ones. You got the wrong. I don't know who you thought you were addressing in that video when you said if y'all's views was like, if my views was like y'all's, I'd be upset too. And it's not like y'all would say this to my face. Who's you talking to?
Not the hands, Ashley.
But who is you talking to? Because not you get on the internet playing blackface. Because any other time you ain't got no black card on you. But you want to play blackface and talk about ain't nobody gonna say shit to your face.
It's so.
Let's be for real. Because some of these girls that get on this internet and be doing this and be doing a lot of this, I be wanting to see people in bed, so in person. So that's why I don't no conferences, no meetups.
We can't take Ashley anywhere.
You can't take me nowhere. You can't take me nowhere. Because I'd be the first person. I'd be the first person to knock your top off. Because what is you talking about? Y'all wait and say that to my face. Girl, what? You block all of us.
And it's so interesting because she was rallying all of us for the first time when she got all that hockey stuff happening. It was like,
Oh, it's
girl,
because I'm black. Girl, what? You black now.
please, ma'am.
Please. Please.
The
If
African
you want to
Americans have met. She said,
please. And if you want to pander to your white audience and you want to read, and that's because you feel like that's your primary audience and that's who you want to feed, that is your business. That is not my business. But what you're not going to do is when your audience, your primary audience, that you pay so much attention to turns on you, do not call us forth to the table to rescue you. That's not our job at that point, because you have blocked us, you have said nasty things to us, you want nothing to do with us. But when the people that you cater to turn their back on you, then you want us to come and sit at the table with you and come to your rescue. And then you go turn around and say that the same people, which is the same community that you have blocked, who you don't have any association with, that none of us would say it to your face. That's crazy.
a
That's asking to get
Catholic
knocked the fuck out
character.
in person. That's what that is. Let me stop.
A Catholic character was the diversity?
I don't even, you know what? I just,
What?
what? It's fine. It's fine. And they will. When the time comes, when something happens, and as things do happen, but I don't know. Like I said, she is leaking into the outside bubble of the book community, because I've had people who are not a part of the book
Yes,
community send me her TikToks, and I'm just kind of like, please stop sending me her stuff.
yes. But I have people send it to me in full, like not even trying to be funny. They're just like, "Oh, saw this, thought you might like it." I want to be like,
Yeah,
"No."
that's what someone said to me. Like, I got one of my line sisters. She sent it to me. And she was like, Ash, she's like, I saw her and instantly thought of you. I said, but why? What you thinking before? He said, what you mean? I said, let me give you the lowdown real quick. Oh, I didn't know. I'm like, of course you wouldn't know. Because you're not
Mhm.
inside the bubble. So you would not. Her channel name was We Be Booking. Why does that sound familiar? Huh, that sounds familiar. I can't remember, but it sounds familiar. Right, there you go. Because some of us like to tussle. Some of us like to tussle. So there's that. Um, that's a mess. Okay, I'm done. We're done. I didn't want to talk about her. I just wanted to talk about that girl who brought that up for 10 minutes, and I sat there and and watched
Did
the
you
whole
watch it at regular speed?
I did for a little while, and then like when she got to the part about this is how I knew also that I needed to stop taking this seriously at all. When she said, well, what do y'all want her to do? Go back to yes master times?
Yes, I was
Old
just like,
times? And I said, but well, most of us couldn't read and write. So I'm not sure what that was supposed to be. And then when she couldn't tell us that this was the 21st century, I was about done, because she said, "Was this like the 20th?" I said, "You know what? This literally, this is unfair for me." That's why when the comment was, "Are you gonna comment?" No, I'm not. No, I'm not about to. I refuse to share that with outside of my intimate group of friends. I'm not sharing that video, because when I tell y'all, it's not even worth. I don't want anybody to eat her alive, because she ate herself alive.
that was 10, well, 5 minutes I'll never get back.
I just wouldn't. I just would not even. I just felt for her so much in that moment when she didn't even realize that this was the 21st century, that I said, I will not publicly share this video. I will talk about it, but I'm not going to share her name, and I'm not going to share any links, because it just it it would not be fair. It wouldn't be fair. It would be an unfair fight, and I'm not gonna let y'all do that. So
I
and
do
if
kind
the
of want to
video
go
was,
back and see if anyone commented because I'm curious.
I don't think anybody has that except us. That link. Unless she showed
Oh,
up in someone else's, which I doubt. I just don't think that that video is going to get reach. I still don't know how it got to me. But when I
because
watched it,
an FYP loves to be messy.
and that's what I felt like. I was like, I don't even know how I came across. And I guess it could be true because I'd watched so many videos about
Hmm.
the award situation that it would make sense that that video would show up at some point for me. But I, even when it came up, it just didn't have any traction. And then I was like, don't you dare share the link to this video. When I got to that 20th century and the Yes Amasa, I said, no, I'm not going to do that to her because it would be an unfair fight. And that would be like me asking people to jump somebody and she ain't got nobody there to fight with her because it would have been an uneven fight. Because for you to sit there and say, it's like the 20th, is it the 20th century or something? I said, no. Oh gosh. Wait, hold on. What did I miss? Oh, she deleted it. Oh, that. Yo, why do I know this person?
Do a little
Is this person? What is she? Extremely religious? I feel like I think I might know who y'all are talking about because it sounds familiar, but I can't put a face to the name. But I feel like she was not necessarily a part of Christian BookTube. Oh, look at your earlier comment. Why it won't let me scroll up, and I don't know why. There we go.
This sounds very familiar.
It does, doesn't it?
I can't like put a face to it. You know what I mean?
I feel like she was blonde, but aren't they all?
I was gonna say the likelihood of that is very.
She is very religious. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Okay, okay, I know. I think I know. And blonde. I know who you're talking about. I can't remember her name, but yes. Wow. You know what? It's almost as wild as old girl who hated diversity so much that she joined. She became a white nationalist.
I'm sorry. Pardon.
You didn't know about that? Okay, so I always tell people to read Sisters in Hate, the book Sisters in Hate.
Hmm.
Sisters in Hate captured one of the most iconic early booktube moments that a lot of people were not here for. This happened in 2015. This is when diverse, and I talk about this all the time because I think it's absolutely fascinating. This would have been, was this 2015? This would have been 2015 when Diversathon was a readathon. So
Okay. I
BookTube has
remember that.
always had a diversity problem. It just cycles itself in and out every single
Yeah.
year.
I remember Diversathon.
Well, the reason why it started was because there was a white woman who was a booktuber, which ironic, I had watched her a couple of times. And she made this video talking about how diversity is not important. It basically it's stupid. Um, and she came back with the whole diversity of thought argument and whatever. So there were a couple of people who slammed her in the booktube community. Diversathon was born. She apparently felt so ostracized from the community um, that she ended up going far right, white nationalism, trad wife. And it was so intense. I didn't know that anybody really like, because so many people who were involved in that situation no longer in the community. I think I'm one of the last people when that originally, like how big of an issue that was.
Mhm.
Um, there's not many of us left, if any. When I read Sisters in Hate, the author included a section about that whole thing that happened. And I literally, I never do this, but I literally reached out to the author on Twitter. I said, that's wild as shit. And I feel like no one really, I don't know how many creators remember that, because a lot of the creators during that time are not here anymore. But I said, it's wild that you know that. And she had followed the whole situation. She took her BookTube channel and she started making right-wing white nationalist videos.
Wow.
It was the wildest thing that I think is one of the wildest things that I have ever seen happen in this
She
community.
said, "Let me tell you how much I really hate diversity."
No, but listen, it was
You
it
DEIs really made her mad.
that human still makes videos and his name is Steve. And I remember when that video happened, he made a video saying that all these pretty girls, you think that they really read books? And it went left so quick. And it's funny because to this day, Steve still says that he is one of the most hated booktubers and he's one of the most ostracized. But to be honest with you, I don't think a lot of people remember that.
I was gonna,
And I don't think a lot of
I
people
don't know,
know
Steve.
about that. I think those of us that have been in the community for a while um remember that incident happening, but for most people that is so, when I tell you, that has to be anywhere in between like 7 to 8 years ago at this point. I don't think anybody really remembers it. But that did not go over well. That statement blew up the community. Oh yeah, there were, I remember when BookCon used to be a thing, it was one year, and I don't know if y'all remember, it used to be a Black creator by the name of Christine. She's one of the OG creators as well that had a decent following at one time. She doesn't make content anymore at all, to my knowledge. She came back and she blew the cover off of BookCon and how it just was not the lack of diversity there. I mean, it was the same thing when they invited booktubers to the set of The Hate You Give.
Oh, yeah.
And they invited no
That was
Black
the thing.
creators. And I
Yeah.
said, so nobody read the room and thought like maybe,
No, they don't.
I think maybe Naya may have been there. But my memory's so foggy now. I think Naya may have been the only
Naya
creative
did
of color
go.
that was present.
Naya was there.
Yeah. Yeah. It was, yeah,
Oh,
Christina Marie. Yep. Um, yes, yes. I remember when they all interviewed Michelle Obama as well. Yep. They got booktubers to interview Michelle Obama. And not a, like, I just, there were choices made. There have been choices made in this community that I am telling you, I know that my patrons have already told me that I need to make the video, but I feel like the wildest things that have happened in the booktube community since that I can remember since I've been here.
I mean, I'd love to see the video.
I'd have to go through the trenches and kind of like I'd have to go through my own old content and see like what I was talking about. And
Because it's interesting, like, I I don't want to say like I was a part. Like I didn't start doing videos until 2020
mm,
when we were all bored. Um, but like I was in the booktube space, but I wasn't like in it, you know?
mm-hmm.
So it's like you hear things in passing, but you're just like, I don't even know who that person is. I don't care. And then you go back and like you start to hear things about stuff that happened. You're just like, this is wild. Is it any more wild than what was happening than what's happening now? Unsure.
I don't think, you know what? I think that because it was such a newer community, I don't think there were things that were done that in hindsight, it's kind of like, yo, like really? And I think that there were moments when we all weren't as vocal as we are now.
Yeah.
Because I think that a part of it was just like a fear of being ostracized from being so vocal. And then I think also not feeling like there was a space to really have the conversations that are happening today. Now, do I think they fall on ears that just don't care either way? Absolutely. But I think that it's not that the conversations weren't happening. I felt like the conversations were just happening more in smaller pockets of the community than they are now. I mean, the platforms have changed so much in the past 10 years. Um, the way that people are connecting with each other has changed so much over the past 10 years. So I don't know. It just seems like there's more drama now. And I'm not saying that there wasn't more drama then, but it seems
Mhm.
like when something happened, it really was a jaw dropping moment. Now I feel like every time we get on, so every
Yeah.
single day, there's something new happening.
No, you're right. I feel like prior when something would happen, it would like take up a while. Like it would take a while for it to die down.
Yeah.
And then like remnants of it would still happen. Here it's like something happens on a Monday, by Friday something else has happened.
Yeah. It's
And
something to take its place. I don't know if it just didn't feel like it was as continuous as it's felt like
mhm,
in the past like 6 months to a year. But I mean, yeah, old school booktube had its own thing with drama too now. Don't get it, I don't know if people think like, oh yeah, it was more calm. No, I think that just the drama was a little bit more hush hush.
yeah,
And it was kind of taboo when someone kind of broke out and said like, you know,
yes,
they felt some type of way about some type of situation. But booktube has always had, that's why it just never surprised me, which is why I said what I said this year. BookTube has always had a diversity problem, and it will always have a diversity problem because it's not a collective interest. And as long as it is not a collective interest, things are just not going to change. People pick up, their crosses and go when it's convenient. And then as soon as the wind blows them a little to the left, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. Like I just don't, I don't feel the need to continue to do this. So it's very cyclical. It'll be a moment when the community feels like, yeah, we're gonna do better. And then 6 months later, the community is like, yeah, fuck that. I just wanna read. That's that
I
if there
read
was a
to
slogan
escape.
for booktube or the bookish community, it would say the bookish community and then in quotations, I just want to read. End
Either
quotation.
that or I read to escape.
Yup. I just want to read backslash I read to escape. That is the slogan. That I don't see it being anything else because that's the way that it always will be. Comfort over anything else. Comfort of self over the discomfort of others.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Robin, I don't want to hold you. You said you was leaving at 12.
I know. You know I can never leave you.
No, you have to leave me because you ain't finna blame me about you not getting up in the morning.
The Lord will understand.
Will he? What time you gotta go? What time you gotta be there?
About 8:30.
Oh yeah, no ma'am. Go ahead and log off.
But this has been so much fun.
Hmm.
This has been so much fun.
It has been. It's been fun. I went and got my other stack.
Are you going to keep sprinting?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep sprinting.
Oh, well, the people are really eating this weekend. All the sprint.
I got my other stack, friends.
I'm so happy for you.
I mean, it's not. Let me see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not bad.
No.
It's not bad. I mean, some of these are a little bit longer. Like this one is a nonfiction about ants, so that's going to be longer.
Are
But I
they
think
all nonfiction?
no. I think in
Okay.
this stack, I only have this one, which is about ants. I think this one's nonfiction. This one's longer. I may not.
That's
Well,
a tomorrow. That's a tomorrow book.
I don't want to put it off till tomorrow because I feel like I've been holding on to this one for a minute. But this is a nonfiction one about Antarctica. And then I have this is a reprint, but I just wanted to see what they did with the reprint. This is a nonfiction book about vegetables, growing and harvesting different types of vegetables. So that one's that one's not really long. It's Gail Gibbons. She really doesn't do that. I think these four are the only, no, three. These three are the only nonfiction. Everything else is your stereotypical picture book, which these do not take me as long to read. And I think I only have one, two, since you called me out earlier for this. Hold on.
Me, I would never.
Two. I only have two food ones in this pile. That's it. I'm kind of sad. I may save those for last.
Well,
Those are only now. This is one that this is another, but this isn't a picture
kind of
book.
thick.
Yeah, this is a nonfiction, children's nonfiction for real nonfiction. Um, which is about wildfire in America. But this one is thick. Like, sit down and
Oh no, those are words.
this is a, this is more textbooky. So I probably won't save that one. But yeah, I love the bird one that I read. This one was really, really good. It was very, very detailed, but it was very good. And I want to read her other ones, which is What's Inside of a Flower and What's Inside a Caterpillar Cocoon. Because
I
there's
thought you were just going to stop at caterpillar, and I was like, wow, that seems like a lot for a child. But you said inside a caterpillar cocoon. That's much better. I thought we were going to dissect the caterpillar,
no.
which I would be down for.
No, I mean, actually, she may because she did the, which I thought this was really cool. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? She did this page, which I thought I was going to be bored by, but it's the whole anatomy of a bird.
How could you be bored by anatomy?
And then, like, there are different types of feathers and what the feathers are used for and how they help the birds. I mean, I enjoyed it. That was a good one. And this one I like better than the other one about Jose.
Okay.
This one was better. The artwork in this one was better. And I felt like this one gave more details about his humanitarian work. I feel like the other one only talked about Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico and didn't cover like the work that he did in the Bahamas, that he did in Guatemala. Like it didn't cover as much, or what he did for the Navajo Nation during COVID-19, what he did during COVID-19 for the Navajo Nation, the hospitals, and food pickers in California. And it even talks about what he did in the Ukraine. So this one I think is the reading level in this one is a little bit lower, which I like, because people will often ask like, well, why would you get two in a library? Why would you get two bibliographies about the same person or biographies about the same person? Because that one I felt like is for an older audience, even though they're both technically children's nonfiction and they're both considered
Yeah.
informational picture books. That one is for an older group. This one, I think, just based off the text and how it's formatted, is definitely for a younger audience. And it has more information within the actual text itself. But then what I also found interesting is that the other one, in my opinion, had better back matter. Um, and for those of you, whenever you hear about informational picture books, a lot of times when they're reviewed, we talk about back matter. And back matter just is when they give you additional information about the person or additional resources. This one had better back matter. So it definitely had more things about him. This one didn't really, I was shocked. This one didn't have any back matter at all, except for a glossary, a quote, and some awards that he's received.
Oh.
Which I think is kind of almost a little dangerous because you're not really citing your sources. So there's that. Um, well, it does say this is an independent, unauthorized, and unofficial biography. And is
You
not
can go
endorsed or
ask for no
sponsored
sources.
or affiliated in any way with Jose, World Central Kitchen, or other companies owned, represented by him. Interesting. I wonder if this one has the same thing on the inside because I'm nerdy.
And I love that about you.
I think that huh, this one does not have that same message. That's interesting. Huh. I wonder if this one is any. So this one was done by Penguin Random House, and this one was published by Source Books.
Which one is the unauthorized one?
I wonder why. I wonder if this one is authorized because it doesn't have that notation in it. But this one did have the notation in it. But they both came out this year. Either way. Um I did end up finishing the Grand Central one. It was blah. I was bored. It was engineering of Grand Central and electric trains, and I didn't care. Uh, I didn't, and I didn't like the artwork. Um, this one was a good one for kids who were just starting to learn about conservation and how we've ruined the planet. It's great. It's talking about how the Earth can save itself, but we've ruined it so much that now it can't save itself anymore.
That's so cheerful and uplifting. I love it.
I mean, listen, the illustrations in this were, I mean, the cover of this one's beautiful. But I did like the illustrations, and I felt like it was very easy to grasp. Like these are pretty illustrations.
Yeah.
Like just talking about how, I don't know. It's pretty introductory, which I think I liked. But we'll see how far I make it in the other pile.
I believe in you. It's 12:30. I'm gonna take the opportunity
To bow out.
Yeah. But I'm sure I'll talk to you tomorrow. And all you lovely people who are here in the chat, I won't talk to you tomorrow, but
Not I won't talk to you tomorrow, but
I hope you all have a good rest of the night reading and doing whatever you're gonna do during sprints.
yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming. It was nice having
For
you.
having me.
Thanks for coming.
Good night, people.
Good night, love.
Bye, Ashley.
All right, y'all. Let's Are you all okay with doing another hour? Because I need another hour. Not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna need another hour to. My goal for tonight, honestly, I really would like to make it through this last stack before I go to sleep. Um, and I should be good. I mean, I have other stuff I want to reread, but I think I'm gonna have to save that stuff for tomorrow. But I do want to make it through this stack before I go to sleep. Okay, and then do some reading. Okay, let's do another hour. I'm gonna add this. All right, I will see y'all in an hour. I can start the timer. How did everyone do? I'm sorry, y'all. I was trying to get that timer reset and we were battling. Okay. I made it through. Let's see. Mahogany, which is, maybe I should remove this. Mahogany, which is a Little Red Riding Hood tale. So this is a fractured fairy tale. That one was good. Um, Penelope Rex and the Problem with Pets, which I thought I had read before. I think I have, and maybe I just didn't track it. The Cool Bean Makes a Splash. Um, Small Things Mended, which was sad. It's really, really heartbreaking. Um, Party Rex, which I didn't really care for. It's the weakest in the series so far. And then I also read While You're Asleep, which I thought was a cute bedtime. Um, it would be cute as a bedtime story. And I'm in the middle of reading Babo, A Tale of Armenian Rug Washing Day. This one's good. I like the artwork in this one. It feels like old school. But I only have a couple more pages of this one, which I did not know much about Armenian rug washing. And it's interesting. So I'm liking this one. I think next sprint I have a Stink and Webster. I don't know if y'all heard of like Judy Moody, but I have this one, which is kind of it's longer, but not long. And then I have like two more picture books, and also um, Megan McDonald, who came out with, I don't know if Megan McDonald wrote this one. She did. She wrote this one, and then she also came out with this one this year called Bunny and Clyde, which is another short one that I do want to read, but it may take me a little bit longer to read it. All right. Let's finish the story again before pulling out. Sorry, Z. Read nothing. TikTok hole. I've been avoiding TikTok like the plague while doing these sprints so I can focus. Okay. What audiobook are you listening to, Kathleen? Almost done with your book? Ooh, I have that on audio. I think I have that on audio. Let me make sure I have that on audio. I'm pretty sure I do. I feel like I got a copy from Libro. I did get a copy from Libro. Be interesting to see how I feel about it. I'm readers of the George John books. I didn't realize. Yeah, they're not. The one that I read was cute. But also I'm biased because I really like Jory John stuff. But that one was cute because the bean is at the pool and the cool beans come. And so I thought it was just going to be like a story about, I thought it was just going to be a story about being yourself at all times, but it was being yourself and also not judging people. Like your perception of like, these are the cool people, they're not going to be nice to me type of situation. I thought that it was cool. I mean, as good as a beginner reader could be, I always say like, I don't know, that almost didn't need to be. It also would have worked in picture book format, but I think that it's good. I'm just gonna put it. It's good. It's good. It's a longer beginner reader, definitely for more independent readers than um, some of the other beginner readers that I've seen. But it's decent. So okay, cool. Collective. Okay. She returned the king, mouse, and their eyes are watching God. Jeez. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Yeah, yeah. The beginner readers are pretty good. I mean, but I like because George John just came out with another one. Kathleen, I don't know if you've read it yet. I want to get the title right, but I'm pretty sure it's called "This Book Is Horrible," and the book is horrible. But it's funny. But it's for like an older crowd. Oh, it's called "You're Going to Love This Book." That's what it's called. You're going to love this book, and the book was horrible, which of course is the intention. But I completely and totally enjoyed it. But I am biased, like I said, because I like Dory John. I I need to start this book. I don't know if I'm going to start this tonight, but I need to start this tonight because this book is overdue. I don't know how time got away from me, um, but it did get away from me, and so I do at some point need to start this, but it may not be. It may not be tonight. Um, Let me think. I'm going to do. I know it's getting late, but I took that nap. That's the problem. Here's where the problem lies. You're outside in the sun trying to be cute, and then you are those more picture books? Holy shit. I just moved a stack out the way and I just realized there was a pillow. This cannot be real life. I know that this is not real life. I know that this is absolutely not real life. But it is. Um anyway, you try to be out in the sun and it drains you and then you're tired and then you take a nap and then now you're up because you took a very awkward nap. Okay, I thought I was wrapping up the picture books, y'all. That is a lie. Dang. I thought I had made progress. I didn't know I was this far behind. Okay, so I also didn't realize I have Yaya in the Sea, the Gabby that Germa wore. My Momola is a museum. I haven't read that one. Purple Up, and then Jania, the Book Mule, and the Troublesome Creek. Like, where did this stuff come from? It's like having a. I just don't understand. I want to understand like where these came. I mean, I know where they came from, but it's like one of those situations where it's like I don't even remember putting this stuff on hold and freaking checking it out. It's like multiplying. You're right, Jennifer. It's like a swarm. See, I was hoping that I was almost done because I also wanted to start this. Debbie Fong came out with this graphic novel called Next Stop, which I think is so cute. And it's like my favorite type of middle grade graphic novel. And I really wanted to read this one. And this now's the perfect time to do it because I'm not going to be up late tomorrow night. They just like crawled in here. I just don't understand. Now I'm looking around like, is there any other spot where I could have any other picture books hidden in this house? Because at this point, it's like this is right at the foot of my bed. I hope not. I hope there's no other picture books. I know there's one on my desk upstairs, but that's because Baby Girl and I read that one. And I'm hoping that like this is the last. I know I had some that came in as holds, but I'm hoping in terms of ones that I have checked out, like this is the last big pile, and I can take these back to work. And the question is like, how am I going to get all this crap back at work? Okay. So yeah, friends, never mind. I thought I said I was making good progress. I thought that I was at the finish line, but I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I still have 10 more. I can remote in. If I was desperate enough, I could take my work laptop and remote in to see what I currently have checked out, which I typically do in the afternoons before I leave, just so I can get stuff situated and check back in. But yeah, yeah, I think I just was. I don't know what I thought I was doing here, but I'm gonna be returning something like probably 25 to 30 picture books on Monday, which is good because I have a whole new batch that are coming in. I've been trying to keep up with like the I've been trying to keep up with the new releases as much as possible. Picture book new releases. It's kind of hard to keep up with new releases of everything, but I've been trying to keep up with the picture book new releases and the beginner reader new releases, and it is a difficult thing to accomplish. Just because of the amount of picture books that release within a week, and it's difficult. It is truly, truly difficult. And everything that I've been checking out, I haven't necessarily enjoyed, but I've been finding some hidden gems. So that's also a good thing. Yeah, thank you, y'all. I made some good progress, but I'm gonna keep picking away at this. Um, I think I can knock this last grouping out before I go to sleep tonight. If anything, if I don't get to anything else, I probably will not. Tempest of the Tea is out. Tempest of Tea is out. That's not gonna happen tonight. Um, but if and my two graphic novels that I wanted to read are probably out of the running for tonight. But if I can get through my stack of picture books and these two right here by Megan McDonald, I think I will feel satisfied. Although these are longer too, but okay. All right. I'm also reviewing as I go. That's one thing. I'm slow on the reviews of anything that's middle grade YA or adult, but for a lot of my children's stuff and the picture books, I get through that stuff quicker, or I review that stuff as I go. I should put it that way. Not only do I read through quicker, but I review quicker. So that's also taking up some of the time too, is that I'm reviewing as I go. Not really long reviews, but in some of the stuff I'm not reviewing at all. But it's okay. I mean, I've made it through almost 20 titles this evening. So we're doing good. We're making good progress here. All right, y'all. I know I'm probably gonna lose some of y'all because it's getting late in some areas, but I am going to do another hour. I'm gonna see how far I make it in the hour, and then we will reassess when we come back. I'm not saying that this isn't the last sprint, but it may not be, depending upon how I feel within an hour. So let me go ahead. I've got that started, and I will see y'all again in an hour. If you're heading out, good night. I hope you have a wonderful evening. But if you're rocking with me, let's get back to work. Okay, my friends, I am slowly fading. And so that's going to be our last sprint. We have been here for 6 hours. So there's that. How did everyone do? I almost made my goal, not quite. I had two picture books left, which is not bad, but um, I did end up making it through quite a few. I still have to review these five, but quickly review them before I go to sleep. But I read a good chunk. And it's getting cold. I'm getting cold. I'm getting tired. That's what that is. Because I was fine before. And I felt myself slowly starting to doze off. If anyone is still here. Oh. Let's say I see some people here. Okay, I read two more chapters of The Familiar. Thanks, y'all. Oh, I'm about to. I'm about to. Once I finish, I'm going to write those reviews really quick, and then I'm gonna call it a night. But I did 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I think I hit close to 28 of those picture books. That's good. I can return all this stuff on Monday and I will feel better about myself. But thanks y'all for joining me. This is the most serious sprints I've done in a while. This is the first public sprint that I've done in a long time. Um, but yes, and we actually sprinted 4 times. I think that's a record for me, but I needed to get this stuff done. So I appreciate y'all thugging it out with me. And I will see y'all later. Get some rest wherever you may be. And I'll be back again soon. Good night, y'all.